going to pull it up on my laptop because I have speaker notes on the laptop and not on what we're going to be looking at.
Did you want a lapel mic? Are you happy with the left turn?
Yeah, this is fine.
Okay.
I'm going to get this out of the way of my hands.
Takes a while to load the driver sometimes. All right. Should be there. And there it is. Is it the Make Things Happen?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to drag that to the desktop and give you your thumb drive back.
Okay. Thank you.
That's a nifty little one. I like that.
Okay, so I'm gonna run this off of here, and then I'm gonna do something else on here. So I'm not gonna plug it into here.
Okay.
So I'll let you just go ahead and plug it in. These are my keys.
You can actually use this wireless clicker here too.
Okay.
So we'll get you going.
Perfect. If you would, I'd appreciate that.
And this is how you drive it. Forward,
Okay.
back. And you have a laser pointer on the top in case you want to use it.
Oh, where's the laser pointer?
Right here.
Okay.
And if you accidentally hit this one, it blanks the screen, but just hit it again.
Okay.
And it unblanks the screen. So forward, back, laser pointer, blanking the screen.
Blanking the screen will just make
It'll make it go to black, like that.
Okay.
I don't have yours up yet,
I see. Okay. Okay.
but that's how you do it.
Okay.
So did you want this plugged into what?
I don't want this.
You don't want
plugged in.
this plugged in?
Yeah.
And you have plenty of battery power? You don't want to plug it into power supply?
Good thinking. That's how you.
I'm going to get back up to the booth so we can get started when we're all ready.
Okay, where are you going to plug this? Oh,
That's already loaded on the desktop.
oh, it's already loaded. Okay.
It's already on the desktop, so you're just going to drive it with that. And you will see it when we have Pam Wright is going to be speaking before you. She has a video, and then we'll go to your PowerPoint.
Perfect. Got it. Okay.
All right, don't get excited. We're not starting it. I just want to make a brief housekeeping announcement instead of wasting time later. There will be photography and video at this event. It will be going on the internet. So if you don't want to be photographed, please write that on your name tag, and our photographers that are here will respect that. So thank you. Oh, and thanks for coming. Who are you? Well, nobody's here to see me. All right, so I'm Rob Fernandez. I'm with Wikimedia District of Columbia, and I'm going to be speaking for the next 4 or 5 hours. I have some PowerPoint slides prepared, so.
Okay, well, I got the wave, so I think we can start. I'm Pam Wright. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer at the National Archives, and I want to warmly welcome you to the National Archives today. The National Archives' mission is to drive openness, cultivate public participation, and strengthen our nation's democracy through public access to high-value government records. And an important part of that is maintaining an open, inclusive work environment that is built on respect, communication, integrity, and collaborative teamwork. NARA's recent work with Wikipedia in collaboration with the Wikimedia DC has been an important part of our effort to increase public access to historical records. Wikipedia allows us to share records with a wide audience in a way that is relevant to them. The National Archives has a full-time Wikipedian in residence on staff, as many of you know, Dominic McDevitt Parks, and has engaged with the Wikipedia, yes, woo, Dominic, and has engaged with the Wikipedia community in many ways over the last few years, culminating with our hosting of WikiConference USA here last year. At that conference, we observed what an important issue diversity is for the Wikimedia community. We heard about issues like the gender gap in editors, systemic bias, and harassment. And we saw how they impact the community's ability to achieve Wikimedia's lofty mission to be the sum of all knowledge. We at NARA also believe that diversity is mission critical, and we think that this event reflects our shared commitments to embracing diversity in the global knowledge movement. This year marks the 225th anniversary of the Bill of Rights, one of our nation's early attempts to form a more perfect union. We're celebrating this milestone with our Amending America initiative, which includes an exhibit in this building, as well as national conversation events and online activities exploring the rights we have as a diverse society and examining the 11,000 attempts to amend our Constitution. Please take time to visit our exhibits to learn more about our civil rights and our historical record here in the building. As part of this focus, NARA held a Wikipedia edit-a-thon yesterday in our Innovation Hub related to LGBTQ rights and the records we hold in the National Archives. In conjunction, yeah, it was cool. In conjunction with Wiki Loves Pride, which is held each year in June during LGBT Pride Month. Promoting diversity among our staff is an integral part of NARA's diversity and inclusion strategy. One way we promote such diversity is through employee affinity groups, voluntary employee-driven groups based around shared interests or life experiences. The groups facilitate professional development, cultural connections, diversity, and communication throughout our workforce. When the group started in 2014, we had just two, Stonewall, a group for LGBTQ employees and allies, and IKE, our veterans group. In the last 2 years, we've added 4 more groups: HALO, Hispanics and Latinos Affinity Group, Disability, Individuals with Disabilities, Say It Loud, our African American Affinity Group, and WAG, our Women's Affinity Group. Among other activities, these groups have been working to develop web resources, identify relevant records, digitize documents, and add them to our catalog, and help promote dialogue on these issues through the use of social media. Hosting the Wikimedia Diversity Conference coincides with this ongoing emphasis by the National Archives on the subject of civil rights and diversity, both in the historical record and as an organization. Helping to improve the diversity of the content and community on Wikipedia helps the National Archives better carry out our own mission. Our work with Wikipedia on the theme of diversity specifically is another example of the National Archives innovating to achieve our vision of bringing greater meaning to the American experience through government records. So we are very, very proud to have this event and all of you here at the National Archives. Diversity is at the core of who we are as a nation. And as the events in Orlando remind us, it is something we need to stand up for, both in person and online every day. One more. Finally, in order to hear what diversity means in the words of some of our own staff, I wanted to conclude this presentation by screening the National Archives' It Gets Better video. As you will see in this video, like the movement, it is youth-oriented. However, I believe it serves as a good example of what we can achieve when we work together to form a more perfect union. Thank you. And we'll start the video.
Hello, I'm David Ferriero, Archivist of the United States. I want to talk to you about the disturbing trend of young people hurting themselves or taking their own lives because of bullying. You know, I think the most heinous form of bullying is targeted against gay, lesbian, bisexual, or transgender individuals, or those perceived to be. I know that things may seem intolerable, but hard as it is to believe, it does get better. It will get better. At the National Archives, we want everyone to be treated fairly. Not that long ago, many people felt that they could not be open about themselves at work. Sadly, some workplaces had policies and practices against people being themselves. This is no longer the case. Things have gotten better, and we have many records here to prove just that. If you're having trouble with bullying or taunting, please remember you are not alone. One place you can turn is to the Trevor Project hotline at 1-866-488-7386. You have so much ahead of you, so many life experiences and opportunities in your future. Don't let the bullies win. Be yourself. It really does get better. Now let's hear what the staff at the National Archives have to say.
It started with notes in my locker, calling me various names and threatening me.
I was surrounded by people who were so into being the same, and if you weren't like them, then there was something wrong with you.
Why did I think differently than a lot of other people? Why wasn't I able to share some of their interests and jokes?
When I finally told my father, it put quite the strain on our relationship.
My twin sister, who's gay, and I moved to Arkansas from Hawaii when we were kids. It was very different, a very different culture, very difficult. We had been thrown into a situation where everybody knew each other from the time they were toddlers. They grew up together, and outsiders were really sort of not welcomed.
I grew up in a same-sex family with two moms, which sometimes felt like a really big deal. School permission slips, family tree projects, college applications often didn't really leave a space to identify or include the makeup of my family. And as a child, that was really disappointing. I remember being concerned about what people would think, they found out about my family, and what they might say.
So I was playing on my high school soccer team, and I looked around and I thought, why am I a little different? Why do I think certain things and don't necessarily share the same things that other people did? I felt a little alienated. 10 years later, I'm playing in a gay softball league. I have lots of friends, and I end up meeting the person that I'm still with 22 years to this day. So even though it's tough now, it definitely gets better.
I've become myself. I have a partner of 23 years. We have a 15-year-old hockey-playing son.
When I was a teenager, there were some really lonely days where I felt like I was the only gay person in the world. But a couple of years later, I had met the person who I now am spending my life with, and it's been almost 30 years. It's been great. It's definitely gotten better.
It was such a happy moment recently when the Supreme Court overturned the Defense of Marriage Act. And to go from moments as a child of feeling invisible and having my family feel invisible, to having the Supreme Court of the United States recognize my parents' right to marry was really just such an amazing thing. I truly can say it gets better.
It's gotten better not just for me, but I think for our country as a whole. I think back to the 1950s when an executive order was signed that basically said gays and lesbians could not work for the federal government. And then I see the executive order from the 1990s that overturned that. There was the Defense of Marriage Act in the 1990s, again, which basically said that my relationship had no legitimacy under federal law. That has recently been overturned by the Supreme Court. The wonderful thing for me is that this history is all documented where I work at the National Archives.
Don't give up. It gets better.
So what I'm telling you right now is to be true to yourself, follow your heart, If people aren't kind to you, you don't need them. You need people to be kind. You need to be surrounded by kindness. You need to be loved. And things will get better. You know they will. So don't give up.
No matter who you are or what people tell you, there's always people out there that will love you for who you are. And no matter what, you can learn to love yourself. And so without a doubt, I can tell you from personal experience that it absolutely gets better.
And because we care, and because we are willing to be open, it will get better. Every day will get better.
So I'm here to say, if you're being bullied now, unlike me, schools have the responsibility to stop bullying. There are laws. Go tell somebody, don't hide, don't skip school, be who you are. So I just want to tell you to hang in there and that it gets better.
Your experiences as an adult have very little to do with your experiences as a kid and a teenager. You can meet people, you can travel, you can fall in love, you can get married, you can have kids, you can have a rewarding career in public service that will allow you to have health benefits for your family, and it gets better.
And over time, it's just gotten so much better. I've been able to meet the love of my life. I'm open at work.
There's really a community for LGBT employees here. They go out of their way to make you feel welcome and make you feel as a part of a team. And it's really wonderful and it's really refreshing because you might not get that in every workplace, but at NARA, it really makes you feel like you're part of a team and even sometimes part of a family.
I know it gets better. As shown in the presidential orders, I wouldn't have the job I have today if things didn't change, and change for the better. My partner and I of 20 years know that it gets better. She and I and our sons know the love of our family and our community because things continue to get better every day. It strengthens us. It helps us carry on every single day. You also must know that it gets better. Have faith and understand that you are important to yourself and to others. Celebrate every day. Be your authentic self. Say with pride, I am who I am. If you have problems or if you have trouble, know that there are people out there to help you. There are hotlines and programs and individuals who are there. Reach out and get the help that you need. One day, the National Archives may hold the proof that you contributed to making things better for yourself, for someone else, and for humankind.
Just thank you for sharing that. That was really, really good. Well, I'm very pleased to introduce our keynote speaker, which is known to many of you and practically won't need an introduction because she's been working so much in the diversity space over the past few years. But I do want to give you a little, recap of what she's been doing. It's Rosie Stevenson Goodnight, who goes by the name Rosie Stepp on Wiki. She has been editor at Wikipedia since 2007 and administrator since 2009. And she has amazingly over 100,000 edits, and she has created more than 4,000 articles. And she has brought more than 1,200 of those articles to the Did You Know section of the main page. And many of those have actually been about women, which is very amazing in and of itself. She is the she is the founder of the Wiki Project Women Writers and the co-founder of Wiki Project Women, Wiki Project Women in Red, and the Wiki Women's User Group. She has spoken on the gender at Wiki Conference USA and also at Wikimedia. And she is a member of the Signpost Editorial Board and also a member of the Wikimedia Foundation Affiliations Committee. And she has been very active in community activities, particularly with the DC chapter, and was named the Volunteer of the Year by the DC chapter in 2015. So I'm very pleased to welcome Rosie to speak to us today, to kick us off.
Good morning, everyone. Glasses. Thank you, Sydney. Good morning, everyone. And let me just say, I am very pleased and honored to be on this stage and seeing all of you who are in this auditorium. I'm going to be talking about make things happen. So when I got an email asking me if I would consider being the keynote speaker, for about 3 minutes, I had some trepidation. I thought, wow, this is really something, and can I carry this? And then I remembered something that I have said to my sons, who are now in their mid-30s. I have historically said to my sons, when opportunity knocks, don't be at in the bar drinking. And here was this opportunity, and surely I can pull this off. And so I sent an email reply saying yes. And now here I am on the stage, and I want to tie in some different directions of how to make things happen as in the context of diversity and Wikipedia. And so let's just go ahead and get started with that. Who am I? What do I know about diversity? So I hold a graduate degree in business. And that by itself, will buy you a cup of coffee at Starbucks, maybe. But in the course of many years, I say since before dirt was invented, so 1986, I became a recruiter in the healthcare industry. And I can tell you that really was my introduction to diversity. Through the years, while I've led teams of recruiters and worked solo as a recruiter and interviewed people and reviewed resumes from people from around the world, I've developed a philosophy of I wish that every time a recruiter looks at a resume, that resume is blinded. And if not for the recruiter, at least by the time we forward it on to a hiring manager, I wish it were blinded, that all the demographic information was removed from there, so that, the bias that people carry wouldn't be somehow projected into what they're thinking when they're looking at the meat and potatoes. There's a statistic that in now the mid-2010s, it takes a recruiter on average 6 seconds to review a resume and decide whether or not that person meets the minimum qualifications for a particular position. 6 seconds. And if I'm going to spend any part of that 6 seconds looking at someone's demographics, their name, their email address, where they live, and so on, shame on me. So I wish we had those blinded. But, that's its own story. I've made a career working for 25 years for a publicly traded international healthcare organization, DaVita Healthcare Partners. And it's been a wonderful career, and we've hired a lot of wonderful people who work in that space. But that's not really who I am. So who am I? In my heart, I am a cultural anthropologist. And when I was a young woman and I was in high school, that's what I wanted to study. But I couldn't be myself. My dad thought it was impractical. No, Rosie, you're not going to go to your mom's alma mater, Barnard. You're not going to become Margaret Mead. You're not going to go to Papua New Guinea. You're not going to study island people. It's impractical. I want you to pick some kind of a career that you could study something that can become a career that you can do when you get married and you have a family. And my dad loved me. He's passed now, and his advice was practical. And he had some suggestions. He thought I should become an accountant or a pharmacist. I didn't become an accountant or a pharmacist. I did go into business. I got an undergrad degree in business and then an MBA, as I said. And I lived that life, and it's been happy times. Wonderful. I've raised a wonderful family, married to a wonderful man, and worked for a wonderful company doing wonderful things, and have had lots of opportunity to travel. I've been to 26 foreign countries, but who I am here. I'm a cultural anthropologist. And when I found Wikipedia in 2007, I found my space as that cultural anthropologist. So what you see here is what I wrote when I took my 1,000th article to the nomination space for the main page of Wikipedia. We call that section the Did You Know section. And that 1,000th article was Goarbari Island in the Pacific. This island had cannibals, and there was some history about that I wrote into the article. And when I nominated that article, I did something a little unique in the comments section, something we don't normally do. I wrote what you see here. And I identified that, the last sentence, I guess, says it all. To all the girls out there with impractical dreams, this article is dedicated to you. And I think you hear it in my voice that it's very real to me. And I think if we can kind of bring that to this conference, those impractical dreams that we have inside of us, and find a way to talk about those and to live those in our wiki life, that this conference is going to be worthwhile. Okay, so I do have an MBA, and I did take a marketing class or two. And one thing I know is when you stand on a stage, you want to make sure your message somehow is imparted on a PowerPoint that kind of matches up. And so I played around with what was the PowerPoint theme that I was going to use. I happen to like the just plain white page, and then I can throw dashes of color and some images on it. And I know that that works too. But when I came across this particular one that was tilted in its look, I thought, this is just right. This is just right, because what I want you to do while you're sitting here now and the rest of this conference is to tilt your thinking. So let's go ahead and do that. I've got an example of someone who shared an insight he had with me on an Uber ride from the restaurant last night back to our hotel. So there were two of us, another Wikipedian and I, and this gentleman was talking about various things as Uber drivers might do. And he said that he has a favorite restaurant. And in this favorite restaurant, there's a picture, and it says next to it, "Find the cow," in the picture. He's been going to this restaurant for at least a couple of years where this picture's been up on the wall, and he's looked at it from different viewpoints, and he hadn't been able to find the cow. And then just recently, he was seated at a table speaking with someone, and he had to kind of get closer to the person, like at a different angle, to kind of hear what that person was saying. And when he did that, he happened to glance at that picture, and all of a sudden, he saw the cow. And I thought, oh my gosh, I got to incorporate that in what I'm going to be speaking about, because it was tilting his head, gave him a different viewpoint, and he could see the cow. So no, you're not looking at a cow, but please tilt your thinking, tilt your head, try to look at things maybe just a little bit differently, because it's amazing what you might be able to see or hear or think. So, I told a friend of mine or two that I would be speaking at the Diversity Conference, and he said to me, hey, I don't know if you're aware of this, but a couple of years ago, Scientific American did a series of 4 articles on diversity, and I found all 4, and 3 of them I mention up here. You can see just by the titles that probably they sound like something that, you know, I might want to read, and maybe you would too. So let me mention that if I point to something like this, it's in my credits at the end of the PowerPoint, and I will upload it to Commons before the conference is over. So a little bit about these. So the first one by Ms. Hill, she says, it's a truism that the best teams are greater than the sum of their parts. I believe that is only true when those parts are diverse. When everyone looks the same, acts the same, thinks the same, is it any wonder that they often fail to embrace or even produce innovative and unconventional ideas? On to the second one by Victoria Plott. She says, she reminds us, a simple, foolproof method for ensuring that a group is well represented across racial, ethnic, socioeconomic, or gender lines does not exist. In our world, most people find it easier to thrive in an actively supportive environment in which it's safe to be different. Studies show that our biases leak out in subtle ways. So again, tilt. And last but not least, Catherine Phillips, decades of research, she says, by organizational scientists, psychologists, sociologists, economists, and demographers show that socially diverse groups are more innovative than homogeneous groups. So, hey, that really speaks to us here at Wikipedia. Diversity is not only about demographics. When we're talking about diversity in the wiki universe, we're not talking just about who it is that's writing those articles. We also want to look at a couple of other things. We want to look at the content that we're producing. And when I say the content we're producing, think about the articles you choose to write and then the articles you don't write. So I've thought about that, and you know, there's someone sitting here in our audience who likes to write about novels. And I thought about that. I thought about that person has some choices. They can write those articles about what I'll call low-hanging fruit. And if you're Wikipedian, you know what that is. It's easy to do the research and find the stuff on this to make this article. And I am all for low-hanging fruit. Goodness knows, when you write over 4,000 articles, a lot of that is low-hanging fruit. It was easy to do the research, and so I banged out that article. But I want you to think about the articles you haven't written, and how can we narrow that down? If you have a choice to write an article about a novel, and that novel was written by someone who comes from one part of the world versus another, or whose gender is this or whose gender is that, give some thought about what article are you really going to write. You can write both of them, and that's ideal, and I'm the proponent for write both. But if you only have time to write one of those, just think about making the choice, because there's bias if you opt for one and not the other, and you could have written both. So I'm just asking you to kind of give that some thought when you're thinking about the content you're producing. And then, whoops. Think about it as sociocultural ideology. You know, we could think ourselves as, you know, I write with a group of people who are similar if we all write about women's biographies. And so you might say, so yeah, you're all really similar and there's no diversity in your demographics, and there is. But there's no diversity in your ideology. If, let's say, you all went to the same school, you all went to Ohio State, so you must all think alike. Well, in fact, we should know that that isn't true. So just because you all might look the same doesn't mean you think the same. And so think about that when you're talking to someone where your paradigm might be that the person looks one way, writes one way on Wikipedia. I think I have a preconceived notion of who that person is and how they might react on talk pages, when in fact that might not be the case. Open yourself up to having diverse ideology and open yourself up to maybe that person does too. Don't be so quick necessarily to stamp a template or to engage in an argument, but kind of listen and open yourself up. And of course, in Wiki World, it's not our ear, but it's our eyes that need to open up to what we're reading and what we're thinking after we've read that. Okay, folks. So WWHSD. So those who have heard me speak or have just known me know that WWHSD stands for What Would Harry Seldon Do? I used to wear an invisible bracelet that had WWHSD, and then a friend of mine actually bought me a bracelet that had the letters WWHSD on it. And I'll tell you why I wear this. I am a big fan of science fiction. And as a young woman, when I read Isaac Asimov's Foundation series, I fell in love. I just love the idea of Harry Seldon, a psychohistorian, a mathematical sociologist, who came up with the idea of a foundation, and that foundation would be composed of encyclopedists, and that he would sequester them off on a very distant planet in the far-off galaxy, far-off corner of the galaxy. And what they would do would write an encyclopedia that would be the sum of all knowledge of the galaxy. And while I read that a very, very, very long time ago, the 4 novels, the 2 prequels, the 2 sequels, it was way before we had our beloved Wikipedia. But once we did, it seemed to me that the 2 tied in just perfectly. And I think about, what would Harry Seldon do? How would Harry Seldon look at the different problems that I've encountered on Wikipedia? And my thought about that is, Harry Seldon, first of all, knew how to make things happen. And Harry Seldon took the long view. So I take the long view. When you hear me talk about Wikipedia, I talk about, okay, I know we got the problem today, but I bet you we're not going to have the same problem 5 years or 15. Maybe it'll take 50, and maybe it's 150 years from now. I'll take, just for an example, talk pages. OMG. So are we going to actually have talk pages 150 years from now on Wikipedia? And will they be structured the same? I doubt it. It's kind of like email. Again, an oh my gee, I hate it. Are we going to have email around 150 years from now? I hope it's a lot different if we do. But I know that Harry Seldon would say, these problems we're having on talk pages, we would treat them differently 1,000 years from now or 30,000 years from now, because in the foundation series, he figured it out, that if we took one path, humanity for 30,000 years would see dark ages. And if we took this other path and we sequestered these encyclopedists on a far-off planet on the distant end of the Milky Way, that the world would turn out differently. He could see 1,000 years ahead, he could see 30,000 years ahead. And so I'm asking you to kind of take the long view and do not be narrow-minded or short-sighted when you deal with some of the issues that we deal with on Wikipedia. Enough on the sci-fi reference. Let's go back to anthropology. He had me at cultural anthropology. So I'm going to tell you kind of what narrowing down my career on Wikipedia to something that occurred in February 2015. And this thing that occurred February 2015 led to the creation of, you see our logo, Women in Red. And Women in Red launched in July of 2015. By May 2016, so 10 months into the project, had become the most active wiki project on a specific subject matter on the English language Wikipedia, and had the third most active wiki projects in terms of active participants, 142 of them. Okay, this is amazing. If you know anything about our wiki projects, that's so many of them fall by the wayside. Some last longer and some last shorter, and some still last, but they aren't very active. So to have this honor, and it came as a statistic through a post on our talk page by one of the members out here, we thought it was, time to celebrate, and we popped the champagne bottles. Of course, we did that virtually. I don't know, some people might have done that in the comfort of their own homes. So in the beginning, there was a talk page post. It occurred February 12th, 2015. Roger Bampkin, you'll know him as user Victlers, said to me, user Rosie Stepp, and here's what he said. Rosie, my proposed Wikimania talk, How to Pick Up More Women, is here. You may realize that this is about what we have been doing for the last year. So I'm using women as the hook because lots of people understand the issue. However, I have a serious idea that I'm trying to solve a problem, and it's a problem related to cultural anthropology. He knows how to pull my heartstrings. If you have some thoughts, I'd be very pleased to listen. So I took a look, I clicked the link, and I took a look at this proposal. An off-putting title, How to Pick Up More Women. And then I looked at some posts that were on his talk page, and there was a lot of negativity about the title. People who hadn't bothered to look at the proposal, but just saw the title, and he put this similar kind of notice on other talk pages. But I gotta tell you, when I looked at the proposal, it resonated with me. This proposal was about, let's talk about content gender gap. Let's go to Wikimania and stand up on a big stage and talk to an international group of people just about content gender gap. Now, for years, we've been talking about the editor gender gap. We know that various statistics, but certainly less than 20% of the people who edit Wikipedia are women, which is abysmal. And we've talked about various things we can do and various reasons for the low numbers, but we hadn't talked a lot about content gender gap. And so I thought to myself, wow, wouldn't that be something to go to Wikimania to talk in front of an international audience about content gender gap? Because I've been writing those articles. And as Sydney said, some of those articles made it to the main page of the English language Wikipedia in the Did You Know section. I thought, this is interesting. I have no idea how many other people are going to be coming up with proposals or who's going to decide which proposal is accepted, but I like this idea. And so I said to Roger in email, I'm in. What do we do next? I'd never gone to Wikimedia before. And he said, if you're in, the door is wide open. You don't have to knock. Just do this with me and put your name down as a co-presenter, and then going forward, let's start Skyping and let's start talking about what we're going to put into this proposal. So no slide deck, just this proposal that's going to be so convincing that people are going to look at it and they're going to say, yes, we want to hear these people speak. One of the things we did is we changed the title. The title is off-putting. How to Pick Up More Women. But you know what? If the end justifies the means, in this particular case, not all cases, in this case, it got my attention versus all sorts of other things that get on my talk page and maybe I wouldn't have paid attention to. It got my attention. So changing the title was the first thing we did. Well, it wasn't the first thing. Let me retract. It was one of the last things we did before the proposal was polished up. We changed it to Content Gender Gap. How to improve the coverage of women on Wikipedia. It certainly clarifies what we're going to talk about. And again, not off-putting. We explained that the scope, the conversation we would have, content gender gap, the scope is not about editor gender gap. And we would be quite clear on that stage. We don't give a hoot who would write the articles. Just write them. We would focus on a certain figure that we had found. And this was on one of the other wiki project pages, and that figure was 15.5% of the biographies on the English language Wikipedia were women's biographies as of January 2015. 15.5%. Women hold up 50% of the sky, but 15.5% of the biographies were about women. We're not looking for parity. We're not looking to get to 50%, but we're looking, can we get to another number, some other number? Don't have a pie in the sky number to point you at, but can we get to another number if we, A, identify this as an issue, and then talk about it, and then maybe do something about it? And that was a surprise. We put into our proposal that there was going to be a surprise, that this talk we would have some announcement that we didn't want to divulge. And so that was it. February 28th, that was the last day we could amend our proposal, and now we sat and we waited. And we thought, we looked, there were over 300 proposals. We thought, oh, I don't know, whoever's reviewing them, I wonder what they're going to say when they get to ours, especially when we're announcing there's going to be a surprise. We're not going to tell you what it is, but here's what we're talking about, and here's what we're not talking about. Lo and behold, we kept doing our daily wiki duty, and one of those things is to write articles, and I came across in my research in March, before we were accepted to speak at Wikimania, an article that didn't exist on the English Wikipedia about the Pan-American Conference for Women. And here's a picture of that. So this conference occurred in 1922 in Baltimore, not so far away from here. And what was interesting about this is that, I'm going to read my speaker notes here. American conferences of men had taken place, but never had there been one of women of the Americas. It was the first of its kind. The year before the conference, official invitations were sent to all countries of North and South America, asking them to send delegates to the conference. 22 countries accepted the invitation, and they sent 31 delegates. In addition, attendees ended up including students from these countries who were studying in the US. When you added the attendees from the US and Canada, the total number of attendees were 1,600 women. The foreign delegates traveled from Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Cuba, Costa Rica, Dominican Republic, Ecuador, Guatemala, Haiti, Honduras, Mexico, Nicaragua, Panama, Paraguay, Peru, the Philippines, Puerto Rico, Uruguay, and Venezuela. I got goosebumps reading that list. At the conference, they organized a permanent Pan-American Association of Women, And the purpose of this association was to awaken women to the possibility that they could make things happen. You see the light bulb? It was a light bulb moment for me. When Roger and I wrote up that proposal was going to be about women's biographies. 15.5% women's biographies, let's up that number. And I said to Roger in a Skype call, we got to broaden the scope. We got to talk not only about all those missing biographies, but all those missing articles about things that women have done, women's works. So broadly construed, the books they've written, the sculptures they've sculpted, the paintings they've painted, the conferences they've convened, the schools they've started, the whatever, women's works. And he was agreeable, and why not? And so we added that into our brain, and once we were accepted later that month, we added that into the slide deck that we were doing. And so here we are. This is what the slide deck first page looked like, and here we are then at Wikimedia up on a very big stage, and we talk about the history of content, gender gap, the things I've just been covering for you, and we make our big announcement. And the big announcement is we've created a new wiki project. It is starting today. Click the save button. It is called Wiki Project XX, named after the chromosomes. Objective is to turn red links of women's biographies and women's works into blue links. Scope, again, women, real and fictional, plus women's works, broadly construed. I can tell you, when I got off that stage, I was pretty high. I spoke with a journalist who wanted to take some notes, and then there was a photographer who wanted to take some pictures, and I was away from my group for about an hour. And when I was done, and I found my group, I found a couple of the people that I was hanging with were in tears. And when I asked, why are you crying? I'm going to stop for a second because I guess I'm not there yet, but they were crying. I'm going to get back to the crying. One of the things we talked about, in addition to the 15.5% on the English language Wikipedia, was to talk about this book. So this book is the Diccionario Biográfico, Geográfico y Histórico de Venezuela. And it has biographies, and I went through and I counted the biographies about women versus the biographies about men, and you can see the number up there. So this book, 3.6% were women's biographies. So I held up this book at Wikimedia too, and I said that same number, and I said, we've come a long way. 15.5% is a lot better than 3.6%, and I will say there are a lot of generals and there are a lot of politicians in here, and back in the day where people were writing biographies, they were writing about generals and about politicians, and mostly women weren't generals and weren't politicians, so they didn't make the cut to get into here. But sorry, I've rearranged my slides. The 15.5%, I give you a link to where we got that number, and it's also in the credits. We talked about the Wikipedia Gender Inequality Index while we were on the stage, something that was done by Max Klein, and we thought that Max would be able to give us metrics if we could start working this Wiki Project XX, and if people were writing those articles, we could figure out how we moved the needle. And when I said that we created that project and started today, we didn't actually create that page. We turned to Wiki Project X and we said, can you create something awesome for us? And we had a Skype in with Roger for that page, and I contributed my ideas, and James Hare came up with a beautiful page for us. We were the first project that he took on from scratch that was new, so he wasn't converting something. We thought this was awesome. We had no idea if anyone would write any articles, but we had an awesome looking project page. And so now I get to the fact that I walk away from that interview with the journalist and I see some friends crying, and I'm saying, why, what's going on? What's going on? And we kind of learned together that Wiki Project XX, as in chromosomes, was not being trans-inclusive. And as soon as that kind of realization hit me, it was, one of those light bulb, oh my gee moments. We got to change this. So while we had just been on a stage an hour ago announcing Wiki Project XX, and I'm not sure anyone's going to find our page and write any articles, but hey, hour later, let's change it. We went to James, can you move the page? We didn't know how to because it wasn't a normal page. It had all this stuff encoded in there in all of these sections. I can tell you, if you're not the technical person, it's intimidating what all is back in the back end of that. And he said, yes, I can. And so we talked hurriedly, what are we going to change it to? We knew what we didn't want. And again, my co-founder, Roger, had a secondary idea. His secondary idea had been women in red, as in red links. And we went with that. We said, can you move it to Wiki Project Women in Red? There was drama associated on the talk page right then and there. Within that hour or two, already stuff started happening on that talk page. There was some negativity associated with us wanting to move the page. But how do you communicate that in words when you're sitting in a lobby on a floor, your friends are crying, you're crying, and you're asking someone, make it happen, and you're trying to talk to people from around the world who are asking questions and you don't have answers other than it's not trans-inclusive. Just think about that. So that's a second drama we encountered. First was in the proposal name, now in the name of our Wiki project. Well, that's not the only one. So you see the double inverted, the two W's, one inverted, looks like the Wikipedia W, it is that font. It also looks like two X's, doesn't it? It's an awesome looking logo for Wiki Project XX. However, you can't use that logo if you're not Wiki Project XX. You got to come up with another logo. And so we spent some time, maybe a couple weeks, 3 weeks, asking for suggestions on our talk page. Again, we didn't even know if anyone would come to our talk page, but yeah, they did. And we came up with the second one, the Warner map in the shape of a heart. We thought, we need something. I know that. Again, took a couple of marketing classes. We need a logo. We need a look and feel, and this looks good. Let's use that. So someone else came up with it, and I was one of those who said, yeah, that looks good, let's go with that. But I can tell you, after 2-3 months, it didn't feel like us. That map didn't really convey who Women in Red was. And so I was looking around on Commons, and I found the third image, and I thought, maybe that's a little more like us. And so we kind of asked again on the talk page, and people liked it, and so we went with that third image, and we held on to that for a few months until just before March. So in February of this year, I said, I like the image, but I don't like the color. It looks like salmon colored, and that's not doing it for me. Can we make it red? Red as in whatever the hashtag, and then the 6 letters or 6 characters, letters and numbers, that red. Can we go with that red? And again, Wiki Project X came through for us, and they created the logo you see at the far right, and that's the logo you currently see on Wiki Project Women in Red. And I hope what you're learning as I'm giving you this history is that while we are a very, the ranked #1 by Wiki Project Council, we have had controversy, we have had criticism, and what we've done is we've talked, and that's how we've learned to deal with this, and it has served us well. On January 1st, I went to see how many talk page posts did we have. So as of January 1st, when we were 5.5 months in, we had just over 1,500 talk page posts. And I remember thinking about that on January 1st. My gosh, if there was no Women in Red, where would people be talking about content gender gap? You know, what else would they be doing with their lives, and what avenue would they have to be talking about this? 1,500 posts? That's an awful lot. I think that's an awful lot. So, moving on, what did we do? Well, come on, Rosie. We started writing. We started writing women's biographies. It's July. We've just started writing, kind of passed the word around amongst our friends. And July came and went, and when we got into August, I happened to notice that there was going to be an edit-a-thon here in Washington, D.C. at the Smithsonian about Asian Pacific American women. And I posted a note on the talk page of Women in Red saying, hey, maybe we could participate, but we would do it virtually, like an edit-a-thon, but a virtual edit-a-thon. And they were going to do it over Labor Day. Labor Day was the 1-year anniversary of the founding of Wiki Project Women Writers. And I thought, yay, let's do that. I had no idea if anyone wanted to participate in a virtual edit-a-thon Asian Pacific American women, but we created a meetup page. And I like that because we could feel like we were meeting up with people. Okay, we were doing it virtually, we were doing it digitally, but we could feel like we were part of that team. We were different, but we were like that. We would kind of be what's now maybe known as an online node, but we didn't think of ourselves as an online node. We thought of ourselves as, hey, we're in there, we're participating with you, but we're doing it from a distance all over the world maybe. Of course, we don't always know who sits where when they're editing. And you can see over the course of those 3 days, Labor Day weekend, 10 people signed up, and we created 38 new articles. We thought that was pretty cool. So we immediately started planning our own virtual edit-a-thon that we would just kind of put together on our own. And somebody suggested a topic of women in leadership. This might be a mayor in Asturias, Spain, or it might be the head of an organization or a woman in some other position of leadership. And we came up with a red list, a list of names of missing articles about notable women, and we decided to run it later that month. Over the course of 10 days. It would be 2 weekends and the week. So maybe Friday, Saturday, Sunday, so on through the next Sunday. Let's try it. Let's say we're going to do this, and we're going to get in there and we're going to write those articles. Well, we said we would do it, and 26 people signed up, and we created 182 new articles. We thought, wow. So while this was going on, this edit-a-thon was going on, my friend Richard said, hey, Rosie, the Guggenheim here in New York City is going to be doing an edit-a-thon, an in-person one at the Guggenheim, but we're also going to hopefully do it at other places around the world, in-person edit-a-thons on women in architecture and design. And you seem to have some people writing women's biographies, you know, this thing. So do you think maybe people want to write about women in architecture and design? And maybe do it at the same time we're going to be doing it, you know, at the Guggenheim. So again, talk page posts at Women in Red, and it was very enthusiastic. Yeah, hey, let's do that. Where are we going to get a list of these people? And graciously, Richard and his team in New York City, I'm sure it wasn't done all by himself, the team came up with a list of these missing women who were notable. There would be like little reference links next to their name to help out editors. And we said, yeah, we're in. We'll do this. So I had a couple of calls with the Guggenheim with a curator or a woman in leadership at the Guggenheim, and we strategized how to promote this. you know, the Guggenheim is a pretty big organization, and they wanted to have some control over things, and that was the first time we recognized that if you team up with an organization, if you say you're going to team up with an organization to do something like we were doing, you actually have to communicate with each other and to kind of come to terms on some issues. And that was a real learning experience for me because I hadn't done anything in GLAM space other than, like I said, with the Smithsonian. We didn't have a phone call with the Smithsonian. We just said, hey, we'll write articles while people at the Smithsonian are writing articles. But this time it was a call. And over the course of those 31 days in October, 25 participants and 164 articles about women in architecture and design. I think it was such a huge number. Nobody had expected what we did, plus what was done in at the Guggenheim and perhaps the other locations around the world, that somebody, I think, actually wrote up an article about that.
40% increase in the number of women architects on Wikipedia.
Did you hear that? 40% increase. Who knew? So, October, I was here at WikiConference USA, actually spoke on this stage, and when I got off the stage, spoke with some of you, and one of the people I spoke with was a woman on the board of the New York Academy of Sciences. And she said, hey, Rosie, in November at the New York Academy of Sciences, we're going to be doing an edit-a-thon, and it's on women in science, and I wonder if some, the stuff you're doing, whether you want to tell your folks and kind of do it virtually, do it online, like write about women in science. And I'm really good friends with the founder of Women Scientists and some of the other women projects. And I thought, maybe she could kind of be a co-facilitator with me on this. But I said, yeah, absolutely. Let's do it. And so, we created another meetup page. All of these are meetup pages. And I think this was the first time that we started sending out invitations. We created an invitation, and we sent out invitations to people's talk pages and to project talk pages announcing what we're going to be doing. And lo and behold, the image we put on that invitation that ended up on almost 200 pages was an image that was did not have the appropriate attribution license on it. And so once this image got out, the next day, I see a note on my page that I've been dragged to ANI, Administrators Notice Board, because here we're using an image that was, I think it was fair use, but it certainly wasn't something that we should have been distributing. And so we had to slow down and really think about what we're doing really has an impact, and be careful if we're going to include an image on an invitation or the meetup page that we've checked the licensing of that image. Lesson learned. And there was someone who had already fixed it, but they just wanted us to be aware of it, and so I'm grateful for that. But over the course of 30 days, we had 38 participants, and as you can see, our node, online node, we created 342 articles about women scientists. So we were pretty buoyed by that, and as we were making our way into December, lots of people have lots of events going on in December. We chose to do something for 10 days. We said, hey, women in religion, why not? 28 people signed up over the course of 10 days. Again, weekend, created 131 articles. So we turned the calendar. We went into January. You can see that over 21 days, we created 292 articles about women in music. In February, we teamed up with Afro Crowd and did Black Women's History over 15 days, 38 participants, 250 new articles. And then came our big month, March, big month. March is Women's History Month. While I was here at WikiConference USA, I had met Michael, who talked to me about art and feminism. And he said, have you heard of what we've done the last couple of years? I said, yeah, I think it's awesome. And he said, you know, we're going to try to make it even bigger this year and have even more edit-a-thons in more cities around the world. Would you consider, though, doing something online? Would you be our online node? And, you know, I didn't hesitate to say yes. Went back to my team and started putting notes on our talk page. And they said, hey, we're cool with that. We're cool with that. But, you know, we were kind of thinking, some people were thinking about doing activists during the month of March. They said, you know, do we just have to do artists and feminism? Or we could do whatever we want. And we decided we would do artists and works by women, sculptures, paintings, and we do activists. And because they're like, that's a component of feminism. So we developed our own little scope. And you can see, over the course of 31 days and 71 participants, we created 841 articles. I think 2 of them went to AFD, so I think we ended up with 839 that stuck. The following month was the first of a promise. We've been talking with WikiEDU about Year of Science. That's the whole year of 2016, but our calendar was so full, January, February, March, that we couldn't wrap ourselves around to participating. But starting April 1st, we have a page for that, and so you see no statistics for days or number of participants or articles, but we've been working on Year of Science, and we're doing it for 9 months, April through December. We did writers in April, and while we were doing that, someone at the University of Edinburgh put a note on our talk page and said, hey, here at the University of Edinburgh, we're doing Spy Week. We're wondering, do you want to do spies for a week with us? And it's hard for us to say no. So we said yes. We said, we don't have a red list for that. Do you have some names? And they said, well, we have some names, not a lot. Maybe we've heard you've got a librarian as one of your coordinators. Maybe you can come up with some names? We came up with names. We created 18 articles, not just on spies, because you're going to learn this about us. We go in tangents. So some of those articles were about women who wrote spy novels. Hey. May, we took on photographers, and we took on MENA artists, Middle East, North Africa women artists, and we've done that again as a GLAM project with the Guggenheim. And here we are in June, and we're doing entertainers for the whole month, but we were approached by the Center for Jewish History kind of late in May saying, hey, can you do Jewish women? We said yes, so we took that on from the 1st through the 15th. And someone asked us, can we do LGBTQ women? We said yes. And so we've done that starting the 16th. It started yesterday through the end of the month. And so I don't have statistics for that, but you can kind of see that's what we're working on. What's coming up? I can just tell you for July, Women Hall of Famers. I live in Las Vegas, and the Burlesque Hall of Fame, my town, not my hometown, but it's in Las Vegas. I'm going to get those women covered. I've been writing articles about. I've been writing articles for 2-3 years about vedettes, which is a Spanish word for burlesque women entertainers in the Spanish and the Spanish-speaking and French-speaking world. And so, hey, burlesque and vedettes, if they're notable, they deserve an article. We're going to get that article written. So, I've mentioned red lists at least a couple of times now. I want to show you our list of red lists. We have a navigation template on all of our project pages. We got a lot of project pages, and this is just our list of red lists. You can see broken out by focus area, by nationality, by historical ties to a region, time period, and other things like awards, conferences, books, fictional women, and so on. That's a lot of lists. And each of those lists has a list of red links, often not always with a reference. Some of those lists are compiled by Wikidata. If you know anything about Wikidata, you know that it ties together articles written in various Wikipedia languages. So those lists are really helpful. If there's an article in the Arab language, the Asturian language, the Hindi language Wikipedia, and it's a notable woman or a notable work by a woman, and we don't have an article about that on English language Wikipedia, we want to know about it. And those lists are compiled, auto-generated by Wikidata. Other lists are crowdsourced, mainly by, I said, we have a librarian who's one of our coordinators, and she's very punctilious, and she has access to databases, and she comes up with these lists of, from spies and technology and TED speakers and zoologists and women in computers and women who write video games. And so when you have these lists, if you know anything about Wikipedia, you know that those lists are helpful. It kind of gives you an idea of what you should do your research on, and it's low-hanging fruit. You don't have to go out looking. You already have those there. So I want you to know about that. I've talked about how we communicated and when we first started having invitations, and we've become pretty good at inviting people. Our invitations have changed. We used to have some really big ones, and we tried some smaller ones, and we tried incorporating lots of information about the edit-a-thon. Everything on our meetup page made it into this really big thing, plastered on almost 200 talk pages. And then we did some focus group studies. What would you like to see in an invitation? Do you have a feel about color? Do you have a feel about image? Do you have thoughts? And people responded. They said what they liked and what they didn't like. And what we kind of heard there is make it smaller. So we made it smaller. It went from here, it went to something that was like this. And then it was something about this big. And they said, can you make it smaller? And we did. So it's really small now. It's a triangle, it's really small. And generally what we have is our icon our logo in the far right, and then we'll have some kind of an image in the far left to help identify with what this edit-a-thon's going to be. We link to the meetup page, we link to us, and if we're teaming up with an organization, we give them a link. We'll give dates, and you can see the hashtag. So that's become pretty popular. It's really easy to distribute. If you can use mass message, if you're an admin, you can use mass message. If you're not an admin, you know someone, or I think there's a way that you can become confirmed to use mass message even if you're not an admin. But I tell you, it's one click, and it hits 200 pages. Pardon? You just post a request. Oh, you can post a request. There you go. Any questions? Ask Rob. So we started inviting people, and then I thought to myself, we should thank people. And so what we started doing, we've got another coordinator who's punctilious about double-checking who wrote their name as a participant. They say they're going to participate in this event, but who actually contributed? Who wrote the articles? And if you're a contributor, you wrote one or more articles, we gave you a thank you note. And we changed those from being big to smaller, smaller, smaller. Here's the latest one that we sent out. And I said, thank you notes are good, but there's some people who do more than others. Why not give them a barn star? Because people love barn stars. And so we started giving some people a thank you note, and some people got a thank you note with a barn star, and we would create these barn stars. So we have some really cute little barn stars that are appearing on some of these thank you notes, and people like to see it. And obviously, it's good for promotion. I'm glad that you participated, that you contributed, but I hope all your talk page stalkers see it too and think, hey, I want one of those, and maybe they'll participate in the next one. So more about communication. We eventually got to social media, and that's when things started getting really big. We developed a Twitter account that we tied to a Facebook page that we tied to Pinterest. And some of us like one better than another, and it was kind of like some people just gravitated to, I'll work on that, or I'll work here. There's 3 of us who tend to do most of the tweets. And one of those tweeters is Roger, the co-founder of this project, and he started creating banners Twitter page banners. Here's an example of one of them. But if you go to category Women in Red on Commons, you're going to find a lot of banners, and he's created those. I think they're awesome. I really like when you look at somebody's Twitter page and there's something different versus it always looks the same. So, yay, Roger. I talked about resumes, getting down to the meat and potatoes when you're looking at a resume if you're a recruiter. So here's our meat and potatoes. You can see how many articles we've created month by month. You can see that the total comes to 19,395 articles. Now, some of these articles would have been written anyway. But we wrote a lot of these. And we got the buzz out to help other people to be convinced to write those articles that maybe they would have written anyway. Whoa, I just hit the button she told me not to hit. But she said if I do that, yeah, there you go, it comes back. So I talked to my friend Max Klein, talk like email talk. And I said, hey, Max, I'm going to be speaking in June. Do you have any new information for me? Do you have new statistics I can use? You got anything I can use? And he said, yeah, Rosie, a paper that I wrote with 4 others has just been accepted for publication. And I mentioned Women in Red, and you can use it in your talks. And I will give you a link to it. Mind you, the paper hasn't been published yet, but it's been accepted for publication, so you have my permission to use it. And I give you a quote out of there. And we're going to go ahead and just go through that. There are many Wikipedian communities whose goal it is to increase the coverage of women's biographies. For example, Wiki Project Women Scientists, Art and Feminism, and Women in Red, just to name a few. One concern of these organizations is if their editing efforts are making a large-scale impact on Wikipedia. Fortunately, Women in Red keeps metrics of how many biographies they add on a monthly basis, and we were able to conduct a cross-correlation between the time series of monthly number of biographies created by Women in Red and the number of female biographies added to English Wikipedia. They found that we actually are making a difference. There's a lot more to the article, but I thought this was cool, and I'm going to give it to you. And like I said, the link for that is in the credits. So can we replicate what we're doing? I think that would be an important question, and I'm telling you that we can, and we have, and we are. So Women in Red is now in Chinese and Persian language Wikipedias. Wiki Project Women also started July 2015. Catalan, German, Spanish Wikipedia, Women Scientists, French and Swedish, Women's History in Persian, and Art and Feminism has Dutch and French pages. Whoop, did it again. What's next? There's a group of us who are going to be speaking at Wikimedia in Asina Lario next week. I'm one of those, and I'm going to present the findings of the last year. And I'm going to make an announcement that we are looking to host an international thematic conference on content gender gap. There are a lot of other people who are behind this idea, and we're thinking maybe March, Women's History Month, maybe at the time of Wikimania, and to do it as a pre-conference. But while that's a far-off goal, and Harry Selden has taught me to have those far-off goals, what can we do right now? Right. Don't care who you are, just write those articles. Make things happen. Thank you. Do I need to stay up here? Are we doing questions? No. Yes, no.
Thank you. Thank Wikipedia in the Writing Classroom, Diversity, Tensions, and Opportunities. And the Washington Room, Roundtable, Global South. And then we have 2 other rooms with unconferenced open space. So if you click on that, if you refresh the page, if you click on that, or go to the bottom of the page, there actually is a Etherpad to sign up or to express what you want to talk about in open space if you're interested in that. But we'll have a 15-minute break, and these rooms are Dominic upstairs, 1 level, or 2 levels? 2 levels. So upstairs, 2 levels.
And also, I could stall if you want, just drag it out. Hello, welcome back from lunch, everyone. I'd like to introduce, she's going to talk about her work in detail, so I'm not going to talk much about that, but if you could give a warm welcome to Kelly Doyle, the Wikipedian in residence for gender equity at West Virginia University. She's fairly new to Wikipedia, but she's already doing a lot of exciting stuff that I'm very jealous of, and I wish we could take those ideas and bring them elsewhere in the country. So yes, please get started.
Good afternoon, y'all. How's everybody doing? As Rob said, I'm Kelly Doyle. I'm the Wikipedian in residence for gender equity at West Virginia University in Morgantown, West Virginia. I'm fairly new to the role, as Rob also said. I've been in the role for about 8 months. And so basically what I want to talk with y'all about today is some brief origins of the position, how it's going, and what the future is going to look like for my role in getting undergraduates to really be involved with Wikipedia, the Wikipedia movement, and how we can harness the power of the multitudes of undergraduates, not only at West Virginia University, but at other universities around the country to use Wikipedia and close the gender gap. All right, so for those of you who don't know, I have to use this. There it is. So I'm gonna just briefly go over the genesis of my role, how it came about, and briefly what's going on. So I'm funded through an IEG grant, an Inspire grant, and I'm partially funded through the Wikimedia Foundation in West Virginia University Libraries. And that grant period is ending in October, but we're hoping to be fully, we are hoping at West Virginia University that I'll be fully into the library system, and I'll be a permanent member of the library faculty there, which is really great. We have a very progressive dean and leadership at WVU in the library, and he is very excited about the work that we're doing. Here's a picture of him. A picture of him and our associate dean actually editing on Wikipedia, which is great. So we have wonderful institutional support, which I think is what helped me be as successful as I am, that I have support from the top all the way to the bottom. Understanding the value of the work that I'm doing, spreading information about that value, and keeping key stakeholders of the university informed of what I'm doing and reminding everyone of how important that what we're doing actually is. So I also want to give a shout out to my advisors in the Wikipedia community. I think that having these folks behind the scenes checking in with me, being available to help me with problems or questions, advice, has really helped me feel a lot more confident in the role. As I said, I've only been in the role for 8 months. And so I think that's, just want to give a big thanks to all the people who are giving me support. And I think that's really what's making the Wikipedian in residence roles, especially in diversity issues, successful. So thank you. And so really the big part of my role isn't editing. It's about outreach. It's about community building. It's about forming relationships with department heads, with students, with graduate students, with provosts, with admissions counselors, about what I'm doing and how students that they're involved with can write for Wikipedia, and not only just for the sake of writing for Wikipedia, but to increase their research skills, to increase their writing skills, to increase their confidence in those skills, and also, yes, to close the gender gap. Really, I'm attempting to get students to write about women from West Virginia. As some of you know, Appalachia is a grossly underrepresented region, not just on Wikipedia, but in terms of just history and understanding. There's not a lot of cultural understanding or history or biographies out there about Appalachia. And that's what our mission is. We're starting small with West Virginia, which is actually the only state that's fully considered Appalachia. Other states are just regions. I think there's 12 states in Appalachia, but West Virginia is the only one that's fully in Appalachia. So that's really what I'm trying to do, is use my community organizing background to to bring understanding in an academic sense to how Wikipedia can be influential to students, to academics, and how we can work together to close the gender gap. And so that's me. We have a visiting scholar from Detroit. She is a Pulitzer-winning photographer, and I helped her facilitate an editing session with her class to write about women who had won the Pulitzer. So that's just some example of some of the work that we're facilitating, talking about women who have won Pulitzers who don't have pages on Wikipedia. And I've had a lot of success with getting progressive professors who are interested in change in academia to get on board with what we're doing. And I'm grateful for that. Okay, so some of the experiments that I've done, I've had some large edit-a-thons, 125th anniversary of the first graduating class of women from West Virginia University, and that has given my position and my advocacy a lot of momentum because there's been continual events happening at West Virginia University about gender. And so that's given me a really great platform to not only do my job, but to get advocates on my side to think about how we can put these women on Wikipedia and other influential women from West Virginia University. I've also had, I'm gonna take these off because it's really hot and hard to see. I've also had events probably every month about various themes. So we did Women of Color in February, or in January, I'm sorry. In February, we did a Galentine's Day event, which is Valentine's Day just for women, and celebrating women partnerships. And most of the people who are attending these events are female librarians and female graduate students. And that's great. These people are great researchers. They're putting amazing content onto Wikipedia, and they're definitely our allies. And so I have some of the posters that I've created just to show you Galentine's Day and 125 years of women. And here is an example of an edit-a-thon. You can see it's mostly women, which is great, and we have one man, that's actually my husband. I make him come to the events and edit. And he's a graduate student too, so he's putting good content up there. And so as I'm thinking about how I can be more successful in my role, what I can do better, how I can constantly be moving this position forward and moving what I'm doing forward is there's a gap in the people who are coming to my events. It's mostly, like I said, librarians and PhD students. And don't get me wrong, that's wonderful. But what bothered me about that is WVU has an amazingly large undergraduate population, and I wasn't tapping into them. And I felt that I needed to come up with a way to get support from the undergraduate students, because that's really where success would lie in my role. And so, as I was thinking that and racking my brain at how to get 18-year-olds to be interested in Wikipedia and to be interested in the gender gap, I read this article in the New York Times in April, and it's about the shift in sororities from what we would maybe stereotypically think of sororities to more of feminist enclaves, groups of women who are interested in change and progress and moving women forward from the inside. And so I'm just going to read you a quote from the article because this really spoke to me and is going to lead into this idea that I have and how I think I can really reach the undergraduate population. One could argue that as feminists, maybe we should push back. Maybe we should be trying to tear down these systems of supposed oppression. That's not something that I had normally associated with modern sorority students in sororities. And I realized that this was an untapped population for Wikipedia, for writing about the gender gap, and for these students themselves to be contributing in this very large way, to be working on their research skills, and also for the schools, for there to be a campaign that says, hey, our students care. It's more than just a think piece in the New York Times. This is real. This is happening on college campuses. And, you know, this is how we can reach our students in a real way. So, the future. I encourage you all to read the article if you do have the time, and I'll get these slides to you if you want to have this information. So my idea is, and that I've already put into action, I've gotten West Virginia University to approve Wikipedia as service learning. And so students in Greek life need to do service hours in order to stay in their organization. They also need to have a required GPA. WVU's Department of Student Life is allowing me to use Wikipedia for their students in Greek life to earn those service hours. So what I'm proposing is that getting sorority students, getting these women to write about women from the state that they're in will not only help to close the gender gap, but will also, as they said, increase their research skills. And also, if we're thinking about the issue of harassment, the issue of confidence of women editing on Wikipedia, there's strength in numbers, and these women would be coming in as a cohort together to edit together and some sort of support to be on the same learning curve and to grow as Wikipedia editors together. And if this were to take off, we can incorporate fraternities into that too, to write about women and to become dedicated editors to learn more about the states in which they're in. And so I have this all approved. I'm working with leadership in Greek life organizations, presidents of sororities, and we're starting this in 6 weeks. And I'm really excited about this idea. I think that this could be something, they're really an untapped group. And so there's 10 sororities at WVU, 2,200 students, roughly half of those are women in sororities that we can potentially reach out to and to get to work on our projects. And I think I also envision sororities competing for edits and articles, and I think that it could be a really revolutionary move. And if it moved on, like I said, other states could adopt this and work on the gender gap in their own individual states, and we'd have a little built-in cohort of closing the gender gap state by state. And obviously, yes, as I said, there's stereotypes in Greek life, but that's evolving, it's changing. And I pulled this from WVU's Greek life Twitter, as you can see. But so out of the 8 sororities, or the 10 sororities, these are the ones that had a higher GPA than the rest of the undergraduate student population. So these are people that these are students we want to tap into. These are students that are eager and that we really need on Wikipedia. And so I'm also going to plug my next edit-a-thon, which is next week. And so if you want to edit about the Charleston syllabus, we'll be adding content about women writers on the Charleston syllabus, which is a meaningful topic. It's also the 1-year anniversary of the shooting today. So I just thought it would be something that we should talk about and keep on our minds today at the Diversity Conference. So if any of you would like to participate remotely, I would love to have you. Just let me know. And thank you so much. I would love to hear your feedback. Please contact me. And we might have 5 minutes for questions if anyone has any, or any feedback or anything.
I just wanted to, 2 things that are really exciting about this project.
Sure.
One is that has implications like movement-wide. You're tapping into a group that I think most of us would have never thought would be interested in editing Wikipedia or even consider doing any sort of outreach to. And the second is the incentive issue. Like what incentives can we provide to get people to edit? And service hours and competition between fraternities and sororities, those are 2 really innovative ways that we can get people, that we can provide incentives to get people to edit Wikipedia. So that's
Thank you, and I think too that there's incentive for the universities to support this as well, because fraternities and sororities can be fraught with scandal, and this is a way to regenerize Greek life as academic, as caring about social justice issues, giving back to the university, but also the greater population. And I think that this is a win-win for universities, for Wikipedia, and for the gender gap, really. Rosie?
I like the idea a lot. I think that it could be replicated across universities all over the country and in other countries. But I also like that, once a sorority sister, always a sorority sister. So just because you graduate doesn't mean that you're not part of that group. And so you can, those women could become the voices of going out to other campuses and saying,
Right.
graduated last year, this was my experience, and you should consider doing it this year too.
Right, and at alumni events, letting their sister who, maybe they go to WVU, but their sister's going to Pitt, you should start this at Pitt, or, whatever, however situation, however that would arise. But I think that you're exactly right.
I think we should support this.
Thank you. Alex?
So I have a question. We've
Sure.
long tried to get undergraduates interested in when some, undergraduates often have experience in high school or something vandalizing, right?
Right.
And so there's always this concern about making sure that they put sufficient quality so they don't get bitten, and
Right.
then that they feel supported at the university. So how are you designing that structure of support from a library or instructional design or peer mentoring type perspective? How is that structured?
So it's starting small. It's starting with me and 2 sororities that are the most interested that I've contacted with each sorority has internal leadership, internal student leadership, and then there's an oversight board. So there's 2 sororities that I'll be working with, and I'll be training those sorority sisters individually. And then hopefully as the semester goes on, they can continue to grow those skills, and we can get to the point where they're competing or they're training each other. Students who become more adept can help, their friend a little bit more. And I'm definitely open to guidance from all of you about how we can train them virtually a little bit more. Obviously, the Wikipedia adventure and tools like that are really great, and I'll be there to help them along. I've also reached out to professors who have taught Wikipedia in the classroom, like Nancy Andrews, who I showed you the photo of, who's a photographer. Getting her to come in and do some tutorials from more of the academic professor standpoint, and having some more allies to help with editing and the basics of learning the ropes of Wikipedia.
And another thought too, it could be really neat that these students go back to their professors and say, I want to write a Wikipedia article.
Right,
a paper.
right,
And
exactly.
This would be a really neat way of scaling an education program.
Right, I think so too. Yeah.
So, 2 things. I teach writing at Northeastern University, and I regularly give a Wikipedia assignment. And now I'm working with Wikipedia, so I'm using their dashboard. So I was wondering, first of all, if you had considered doing that, because then there's a lot of support for the students. That's one thing. And another thing is that my classes have carried service learning credit for the work that students do with Wikipedia. So Northeastern has recognized Wikipedia as a digital community that they are interested in having students participate in. So I think that that's something that's spreading to other universities.
And I'm glad that there's other schools that are designating Wikipedia or allowing Wikipedia to be designated as service learning. And I hadn't thought about WikiEd. I've talked to WikiEd about visiting scholars, but that's interesting when thinking about the dashboard, because I would be able to more easily track who's editing what, and being able to patrol their edits more easily through the board. So that's not something I had thought of, and I'll definitely look into that. I appreciate that. Yeah.
We would love to have you come talk to us, but for you and for anyone else, there's also the same software that runs our dashboard also is powering the outreach dashboard. So if there's someone who has
Mhm.
is not in a unit that we're able to work with to help you to support, that's a possibility.
Okay.
Is tracking to doing outreach network. However,
It's still kind of alpha.
it is, yeah, yeah.
It's not reliable yet.
We'll get there.
I've been using it for a while. Maybe it'll become a plan.
There's a likelihood that a change will wipe out the data.
What?
On the outreach one, there's a chance. Not the main engine.
I mean, I'm actually using it.
Pull requests are open.
Grab the data when you have it.
Well, if there's no other questions, thank you for having me speak, and I appreciate all of your support.
Looks like I have about 8 minutes to talk, is that right? No?
We're running a little, we started a little bit late, so go take as long as.
Couple hours?
Yeah, I can talk fast.
We'll get some pizza.
Can you, who's here from WikiEd? Who are you?
Adam.
Adam, hi Adam.
I missed the shout out this morning.
Yeah, okay. My name is Barbara Page. I'm a visiting scholar at the University of Pittsburgh. I currently have morphed into a Wikipedian in residence, and my compensation for that is free parking and a library card. And once in a while, Ed Galloway takes me out for lunch. So just thought I'd tell you that. So I'm in a strange position because the visiting scholar program was originally set up so that people would have access to resources remotely. Well, I live 5 minutes away from the University of Pittsburgh. I thought that was okay. Anyway, the visiting scholar program requires an application process, and they really look at you. It was good that you didn't pay any attention to that one block that I had to. So here's my thank yous. All right, I want to thank the Wikimedia District of Columbia people. I wouldn't be able to make it here without your very kind scholarship. I want to thank Ryan, who talked to me on the phone the other day. He's with WikiEd. I want to thank my supervisor at Pitt. His name is Ed Galloway. I want to thank Kevin Gorman, who is an administrator, and he removed my block in May. I want to thank James Heineman. He's a prolific editor in Project Medicine because he ticked me off so much that I decided to improve my editing to the point where I was the 7th most prolific medical content. No, that's wrong. I was the 7th most prolific medical editor, and I'm pretty sure I am the most prolific medical article writer. And obviously, I'm a woman. Also, obviously, I'm an older woman. I mean, no one has talked about that. Yeah, we're here for diversity, and there's no outreach to older people. I'm not gonna go into that now because that's not what it says on the program. It says something else. Let me tell you a little bit about myself and how this all happened. Let me tell you about myself. I'm the mother of 6 children. I taught them all myself. I have 3 grandchildren and 2 on the way. I've been married 36 years. I'm 58 years old. I'm a nursing student at Community College of Allegheny County. My current summer job is a groundskeeper at Community College. I plant flowers all day long. I do have 2 X chromosomes, and again, I'm a Wikipedia visiting scholar and a Wikipedian resident. I might be the only one. Let's see. Yes, Pam Wright inspired me while she was talking. Most of the talks this morning are about the gender gap in biographies. There's a huge and overwhelming gender gap in health content related to women. There are only 14 people signed up in Wiki Project Women's Health, and there has to be hundreds of red links for women's health issues. Let me tell you why that's important, okay? I'm 58 years old, and I know why it's important. Your grandma's going to go to the gynecologist, and the gynecologist is going to tell grandma, this is what you have. Grandma might have a smartphone. Maybe grandma doesn't have a smartphone. Grandma comes home and she tells you what she has. You pick up your smartphone, you hit the W. That article doesn't exist. Let me tell you why it should exist. Okay, you and grandma should have the resources to ask your doctor the right questions. The articles don't tell you what to do, but they give you the information in plain English that lets you know what to do. Editing in project medicine is horrendous. You are not allowed to use regular sources. You have to use medical textbooks and review articles. Does anyone know what a review article is here? Yes, a review article combines information from a lot of articles on clinical studies and other review articles. Now, if it weren't for the Wikipedia Visiting Scholar Program, I would not have access to the textbooks, which are very authoritative on women's health issues. There's a lot out there that you just don't have access to. And it's not even written in plain English. Fortunately for me, I have enough of a background in chemistry and biology to translate this information to English, plain English. Also, I've been able to translate some of the women's health articles into Creole Haitian. That's Haitian Creole. Oh, yes! Gijon yes. Sac passe? Sac passe. It's important. It's important. It's especially important for women's health issues, okay? You know, in Haiti, there may not be internet connections everywhere, but you know what's there? You probably know this. There's cell towers everywhere. Yes, cell towers. All the young people have cell phones, don't they? Yes, they do. They have access to Wikipedia. So if grandma has vaginal discharge, sorry, I'm getting graphic here. So if grandma in Haiti has vaginal discharge, grandson who has a cell phone can read to grandma what it's about, symptoms, what it might be, what to ask the doctor, all referenced impeccably with medical textbooks and systematic reviews. 14 editors signed up for editing women's health content. I mean, I don't know what else to say. It's a crime. Originally, I was signed up as a visiting scholar to insert content from the University of Pittsburgh's archives, and I've been doing that. But when I found out that I had access to all this medical content, I went crazy. How many? I mean, I've created what, 30-something articles, and I've used 48 references, medical references, and 20 references, all held by Pitt behind a paywall. And in project medicine, there is, I don't know how to describe, there's a real bias against women. If you go to a women's health article, you'll see project medicine there on the talk page, and they'll have given that women's health article, maybe they'll say it's of mid-importance, okay? Well, it's mid-importance to the guy, whoever assessed that article. Well, I'm sorry, if it's breastfeeding, it's top importance to women. You know, the medical content in Wikipedia is referenced more than WebMD and all those other medical websites. Now, what that's done is it makes me nervous, really, that people would go there first and find articles that, well, don't exist, and don't find that article on Bartholin gland carcinoma and how it's treated, and if there's clinical trials or experimental treatments. They find that. I've also found a lot of resistance on project medicine. Listen, I don't know if it's because of my gender or because someone said something sarcastic once on a talk page. They said, well, we don't all have access to the University of Pittsburgh library. Like, what? That's the purpose. That's the purpose of the visiting scholar program. Please encourage people to apply. You know, if you're from a university, ask for one. So that's the problems that I've come up with. I know, let me see, there's a lot of success. After I create these women's health articles, I do go back and I look at the page views. I'm blown away. Simply blown away. 200 times a day, someone will look at, what's the one? 2,000 times a day, someone will look at neonatal infection. Didn't exist before I wrote it, with, I don't know, dozens of reliable references. Can you imagine? Before that, no one got information on why their little preemie baby is sick. Don't you think that matters to women? Yes. But, sorry guys, maybe that never occurred to you to write something like that, but it's so important. This is a different kind of gender gap, okay? This is a more subtle. This is, it's disturbing is what it is. So if you know how to read medical textbooks or you know someone who does, boy, I'd love to meet them because it's really an uphill editing thing. There are people that follow me around and take out content or reword it. They don't know that they're messing up the referencing system. Like if you take a sentence from here and put it there, well, that's not what the reference says. So it gets very, very complicated and it needs a lot of work. Now, the reason I morphed into a Wikipedian in residence is because my supervisor was so happy with what I was doing that he organized a, not an editathon, but a presentation to all of the librarians from the University of Pittsburgh. University of Pittsburgh has some remote campuses also, and so they were all, Skyped in? I don't know what they do. I'm not really a computer person. So I had an audience of 50 librarians from the University of Pittsburgh. Well, they wanted to learn how to add content from their libraries to the encyclopedia. And not only that, they wanted to learn how to add content to the encyclopedia from their libraries. They wanted to train their interns to do that. The University of Pittsburgh has published information about the work that I've done at the university, and I'm hoping that this paves the way for the University of Pittsburgh Medical School to start using Wikipedia, start making it part of their classes. With the endorsement of the medical school librarian and all of the other librarians, I believe that Wikipedia they'll start to understand how important it is to put reliable medical information into the encyclopedia. Yes, it's, I have written biographies about women. I mean, it's important, but if you need to know about some kind of vulva cancer, and WebMD is not sourced. There's a lot of links that I put in that you can go right to the journal article and read it for yourself. And every journal article that appears in there is a conglomeration of all the studies done on that topic. You know, I tell people, and my family even makes fun of me, you know, if you don't do anything else, use Wikipedia as a bibliography. Skip the article, go down to the bottom. Don't pay any attention to what's written. All your information is right there in the bibliography. So I'm making a plea. It's scary what's not in the encyclopedia. You know, you're going to get older. There are some young girls in here. We're all relatively healthy, right? Who knows what uterine prolapse is? I do. Do you? No? All right. How about thrombosis prophylaxis?
You betcha.
Oh, those are, you know what those is? When you go into the hospital and they put those little poofy things on your legs, that's what they're trying to do. They're trying to prevent thrombosis. Don't you want to know about those poofy things that are on your legs? You go, what are these? And they give you some technical explanation, but you get out your phone and then you look for it. And then, oh, yeah, that's why it's on there. Now, I don't do much editing in medications, and there's only so much time. I mean, after all, I'm going to school full time and planting flowers and playing with the grandchildren and texting my children. I do sleep. Let's see what else I needed to cover. So I think it's interesting that my job has morphed into something else we couldn't have envisioned. I don't know. I love my supervisor, Ed. We have organized an editathon in October to coincide with the celebration of open access journals. Pitt's very much involved in providing free hosting for scientific journals from countries that may not, and scientists and physicians that may not have the means to support journal publication. You know, when he told me that, I did cry a little bit, because that's really philanthropic, you know, to donate your sources so that you can provide that information to the world. It was something. So I'm helping them do that. I'm set up every Thursday for the summer. I will be going and training the librarians, and then the librarians will go and train their interns. And as the publicity grows from the training and how the encyclopedia has been improved with the participation of the librarians, I'm pretty confident I can, or the librarian, the medical librarian, will be able to make a serious pitch for requiring editing on medical articles. Because, you know, I just can't do it all myself. I mean, I don't think I can. I don't plan on it, but the lack of coverage on women's health issues is scary, is really scary. You may not need it for another decade or two, but you are going to need it. You're going to want to go to that nursing home, and when they give you that garbling language that is, and with acronyms, I hate it when people talk in acronyms, assuming you know what they mean. You will be able to make a very informed decision on what grandma needs, what's out there for grandma. See, when you go to a physician, women know this, okay? You're really talked down to a lot, aren't you? I know I am. Oh, when you go to the doctor, dress up. Put a suit on, okay? You're treated differently than with, I don't know, warm-up suits and stuff. So, yeah, it's been very rewarding, especially when you go to the page views. It's needed. Unfortunately, it takes a skill set that maybe most people don't have. You have to read the articles. You have to understand. You have to have the vocabulary. You have to be able to take maybe a 10-page journal article and condense it into 2 sentences. There's also a bias against alternative medicine. I won't get into that, which medical literature is finding is effective in some cases. Wow. And anything I write on that gets edited out immediately. Any questions? I think I covered everything. Did I miss anything? Wiki, Ed?
I just want to say I was a part of the early version of the Visiting Scholars Program, and you're exactly what we hoped would come.
I'm the poster child, aren't I?
Yeah,
now,
it's amazing.
Yeah, okay, one time I got an email from Ryan. He's my boss. He said, I want you to go to, this is really funny. He said, I want you to go to the most popular articles and do an edit. I don't know, put a space in, do something. Because what that does is it jacks up your page views So I have 3.2 million page views. It's all fake, though. No, I go to the articles I wrote on neonatal infection, knowing that the young mom who's preemie is very sick, and she's blown away by the whole situation and has no information on what's available. There's verifiable, that's what you call it, a proof that the administration of lactobacillus to preemies is beneficial. I can't get that in there. It gets edited out by guys. Yes?
Have you had any backlash concerning the content?
All the time. I have this one. See, a lot of times you don't know if an editor is a guy or not, right? Oh, let me give you the perfect example. Okay, let's talk about another part of diversity. There's a wiki project porn. Okay, I don't know about you, but I'm concerned about pornography only because it exploits women. Okay? So sometimes the editors from Project Porn come over and insert their content. They can't read journal articles though, so usually catch it. But for some reason in 2009, a whole bunch of medical articles were written and poorly sourced. So those have to be redone. So there is backlash. I'm sorry, I'm going to use some graphic language here. You know, diversity should not mean undue weight. Let me explain what that means. So I went to the editoplasty, or was it labialoplasty? Anyway, it's a surgery that's done on, the genitals of females. And when I went to the article, it was all about, nothing wrong with this, it was all about the surgery that a man gets when he wants to change his gender, okay? Really graphic stuff. They didn't put the graphic stuff in there, but there was nothing about genitoplasty or labiaplasty or clitoroplasty about how it's used most of the time. And most of the time, those surgery procedures are done as a result of cancer in older women. Don't you want to have that information when it's time for you to make some kind of decision about the different kinds of surgeries that are available to you and what your options are? Because your oncologist has a plan for you. He might not tell you what the other plans are. You should be able to say, what if I don't get this surgery? And so, diversity is good, but undue weight isn't. So if most of those surgical procedures done on the reproductive organs are for women in their 60s and 70s, which at this point nobody cares about, you will later, it's going to be there if I have anything to say about it. So it's good to be 58, you see life from both sides. You see stuff coming, and you see what you've gone through. So hopefully that information will be there for you when you need it. I do have some problems once in a while. If you go to the article on vulva, does anyone know what that means? Vulva? Who doesn't know what it means? Okay, good. So if you go to the article on vulva, you will see, this is voyeuristic to me, you will see 43 images of a partial view of the vulva, and all of them are shaved. This happened on the scrotum article, which I edited back to some respectable nature. I think guys go in there and they put their own pictures in there, Hey, I got my picture in there, And then another guy comes in, hey, I got my picture in there. Well, what happened? So, is that vandalism? I don't know. Wait a minute, that's you? I don't want to know. Why in the heck would you shave? Why would you shave your genitals? I don't get it. It's bad. The CDC says not to shave your genitals. It opens you up to more sexually transmitted infections. I'm just passing that on to you guys who want to shave, and women too. What?
When you go gray, you look older. It's vanity.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. There isn't much on the. That's an article. Changes to the female body as you enter menopause. Anyway, so the vulva article has 43 images in it, and it's voyeuristic. You don't even see. What are you going to say?
I was going to say, this is where the porn issue, works into this, is because a lot of times people will take the images from this uploaded as porn, and then they will be used in medical articles, which make them inappropriate for using in teaching.
I lost that argument on the talk page. The consensus was, oh yeah, we need 43 images.
But the answer to this is to get more of us to upload better images, because if the images don't exist,
They do.
that's what we end up using. So there is projects out there to try to work with healthcare professionals to get better images in comics, and actually have better images too, because if you have a better image, you will win.
I did, and then I got reverted. So, yes, they're just partial views of female anatomy with tattoos and rings and studs. I don't see people's faces. They're going like this.
This is one of my biggest concerns, is that sex ed cannot be taught in schools adequately. So almost everyone is coming out of school clueless, with nothing but pornography giving them the images of what sex is like, what intimacy is like. And for us to not address this.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm trying to think of the 8th grader who needs to see this. They need to see an illustration. They don't need to see 43 images of labial piercings.
But they do need to understand what porn addiction is and how to get out of it.
Is there an article on that? I'd make a lot of enemies. Listen, I have 53 page watchers. Does anybody have that many? It has to do with a block I did. I did something dumb. I used to write articles on butterflies. So I found some information on sexism once. Whew. I didn't even know what a contentious article was. So, they let me know. They accused me of gender parity. I didn't even know what that meant. I went to the dictionary. It doesn't even exist. They made it up. Anyway, so those people started following me around. They thought I had some kind of agenda. And they got me blocked, but I got unblocked. Everyone should get blocked just so you know what it's like. Thank you, visiting scholars, for not disqualifying me, because when I applied for visiting scholar, I had that black mark on my editing record. Any other questions? Yes.
We are actually getting ready to launch a global women's health initiative. It's going to be coordinated through both the Spanish language women's user group and also the women's user group, as well as the Wikimedia Led Foundation. So I talked to her about this already.
Yeah.
Beforehand over lunch, and so there is hope.
There is hope.
It's going to be a long, drawn-out process before we actually make the progress we should make, but there's many of us that agree with a lot of what you said.
If there's another female medical content creator, I don't know where she is. She's not What's that? Emily? Oh, I love her. Yes. Well, she hasn't done too much. I'll have to check her editing history. I'll have to look.
She writes new articles, and that's true.
Yeah.
A lot of new articles written.
Oh, no, Kehlani, she does a lot of editing. But as far as I can tell, there's hardly any medical articles at all that are being created. Just goofy ones. Like, hey, if you get a chance, look this page up, okay? It's WP:/unusual articles. Just when you get sick of Wikipedia and how you've been treated, you have to go there. It's my favorite page. I vandalized it, okay? There's a, and you can get away with it on that page. There's an article about like a country in the United States that is like 2 by 2 feet wide, and they had a flag, their own monetary system, and one citizen, and he was like a dictator. So I said, how is this notable? Of course, it made the newspapers. So they had their flag. So I recreated the flag, and it has a caricature of Jim Wales on it, and no one has caught it yet. But, you know, some of the most popular medical articles are head transplant, you know, Klonopin, just funky stuff. But I know people are looking for the women's health content, and as you age, you will too. Any other questions? Okay.
Unless there's any other questions?
Thank you. If you want to talk to me afterwards, just grab me. And thanks again for giving me that scholarship to come.
Thank you for your work.
Yeah, I know. I make them look good, don't I? Especially the 3.2 million views.
I have a thumb drive with slides if there's someone that can help me with that. I was supposed to email them yesterday, but. I don't actually know where. Oh, is this thing smart about not liking USBs? Hello.
What do you need?
Are
you running
I
something?
just added a USB stick. Oh, yep, it just showed up.
It takes a while for it to.
Yeah.
So we'll get out of that.
And then grading the gender gap. Right.
Okay, I'm going to drag it to the desktop. Okay. And we're going to kick out your thumb drive. I'll go ahead and take it.
Thank you.
And you can use this clicker as well, forward,
Outstanding.
back, and laser pointer.
Great, thank you very much.
The bottom one blanks it, so
Oh, all right.
yeah, just be aware of that.
So if I do it accidentally, I'll
And you need
unblank
to,
it.
if you're gonna, you need to stay near the mics, okay?
Okay, well, I may be able to project unless it's being recorded.
It's being recorded.
Oh, okay, so I won't have to project. Hi, everybody. Hi. I'm Adam Highland from the Wiki Education Foundation. I am a content expert in the humanities there. I'm joined by Patty Provence, who doesn't want to quite get up on the stage yet, from the National Women's Studies Association, and we are going to talk to you about the work that the partnership between WikiEd and NWSA has brought to Wikipedia in many different forms. So I'm going to let Patty start us off, and then I'll try to finish out the event in a lively fashion, or the session in a lively fashion.
Will you click for me though?
Oh, yes.
Great, so that's us, National Women's Studies Association. Hi, I'm Patty Provance. I'm the Deputy Director of the National Women's Studies Association. We've been partners for about a year, Wikipedia and NWSA, maybe a little bit longer. And really prior to us partnering together, my only experience with Wikipedia was to look it up and use it as a resource. So I just want to say I've learned so much today, as you might imagine, and really grateful to all of the work that everyone here is doing regarding the gender gap, regarding the gender content gap. It's really just, I have so much to take back to NWSA to say about the work that you're doing. So I just want to appreciate you for that. My job here is to talk very briefly, provide a little bit of the context of the project from NWSA's perspective. The National Women's Studies Association is the membership organization for the field of women and gender studies. So we're comprised of individual members and universities, faculty, students, activists in the field of women's studies. And the first National Women's Studies Conference was held in 1977, and the groundwork was really laid by several regional conferences. As a field, as an academic discipline, women's studies really emerged in the 60s and 70s. And I want to talk just briefly about the history because I think it lays the groundwork for the partnership that we have, that certainly the founders really couldn't envision at that point, for sure. But women's studies is a discipline that really was formed by what was happening outside of the academy, in the gay rights movement, in the civil rights movement, in the feminist movement, in anti-war efforts. And I think that the fact that we were already so related to the outside world is really important to the work that we're doing here. I'm going to give you a few quotes about the very beginning of our founding from this book, so I'm sourcing here, The Evolution of American Women's Studies, which I really love reading about the history of the organization. I was born in '71, so the idea that this academic field has really grown during my lifetime is something that I find extremely inspiring. So a couple of quotes. Women's studies had a very clear purpose, and that was to transform the university so that the knowledge about women was no longer invisible, marginalized, or made other. And I feel like we're hearing that a lot today. One of my favorite anecdotes from the book, the first public meeting of my women's liberation group in the mid-1960s was held in the ladies' room of the Penn State Student Union building. When the university denied us a meeting room, we marched down the hall, crossed out ladies, put up women, and propped open the door and proceeded to have our meeting in the outer restroom area. And I think that there's so many women who have had that experience of, right, this is my experience, this is what I'm trying to make happen in the world, and to be kind of sent to this outer corridor. I feel like I've heard a little bit about people having those experiences today as well. The other thing that I want to say about women's studies is that it was always intended to be reciprocal. So formed by the outside in to the academy, but there's another quote here from the beginning. The goal of women's studies was not merely to study women's position in the world, but also to change it. So I think that these aspects of women's studies are present in the way that our faculty and students engage in the Wikipedia project, and to transform where people get their information so that women are no longer invisible, and not just to study women, but also to change their position. Yay! Yay! Yes. I just wanted to share a couple of pages that reflect this. So again, right, like I'm just a Wikipedia user, right? Like I'm not an editor, so I've learned a lot today, but also in a lot of thinking as we were preparing for this. And I love that the women's studies page has the flag, right? So I just love that. And even so what's here, or their sources might not be my sources, and I find that fascinating. And Adam, who always puts like the most amazing positive spin on things, his point of view on this is like, it's opportunity. Look how much opportunity there is, how much work there is to fill it in. Will you click for me again? So decoloniality, why am I bringing this up? Decoloniality is the theme of our conference this year that will take place in Montreal. So I want to say a little bit about content, not just women's representation. So it's also, women's studies is also an analytical framework. It's not just about increasing the representation of women. So in 2013, NWSA, National Women's Studies Association, issued a statement with tenure and promotion guidelines for the field. And NWSA identified 4 key concepts central to women's and gender studies scholarship, teaching, and service. The first, the politics of knowledge production, which I feel like is everything we're talking about today. 2, social justice. 3, intersectionality. 4, transnational analysis. And this is why I bring up the page decoloniality, which is also flagged, right? Like also not considered a good source yet. And looking at the talk page, I found that very interesting, right? What's contested, what people are still debating, where there's really room to fill things in, right? So interesting. And so I mention all of this because I think that the NWSA Wiki project, from the association's perspective, is also about making the scholarship of women's studies accessible to a much wider audience through Wikipedia. In our recent history, will you click for me one more time? Yep. Great, excellent. We had not rehearsed this, we're doing great. In recent history, NWSA partnered with the Op-Ed Project, which has some similar goals, right, about diversifying the voices in the op-ed pages of your newspaper. And we loved this project, right? It was really great for us. Public scholarship, getting that scholarship out there. But it was kind of a one-time workshop, and we didn't really track data on it. So Op-Ed has data, but how much of us and how does that work? We don't really have those statistics. So you can see that this is where I'm leading up to Adam, because something that we're really incredibly thrilled about with the Wikipedia project, in addition to their commitment to members and things like the dashboard, which are incredible resources, the second is about the metrics and the ability to measure this impact that the project is having. So that leads us to Adam.
All right. So I'm going to talk a bit about the impact that students have had just in the area of women's studies and the impact that the partnership has had on the work that our students are doing. And I want to move sort of from the general down to the particular. So first, I want to talk a little bit about some of the previous work that you might have heard. When you hear WikiEd talk about student contributions, you'll generally hear us talk about, treat Wikipedia like one big book. You'll get that image of the volumes of stacks and the man to scale and the apologetic presenter who says, oh, we picked this image up from WMF's page 3 years ago. It's probably 4 more stacks now. And we're showing you that, I mean, because students have produced a tremendous amount of work right now, but we tend to show it in terms of or we've shown it in the past in terms of we've written 5 million words, we've written 6 million words. Last year, for those of you who were here at WikiCon 2015, I gave a short presentation looking at student contributions as a proportion of active editors, using a very small reduced data set that Aaron Hafeker had produced to figure out that roughly our students were producing between 0.5% to 1% of all edits by active editors. And I'm also relying a little bit on a look at student work in the sciences that Kevin Shrew put together, noting that with a different method of measuring articles than we'll talk about later, that WikiEds has produced at peak 6% of all new science content coming into Wikipedia, which is a little bit of astonishing. But that's just letting you know what we've talked about a bit before. So I want to talk about student work as a whole. So since 2010, we've supported 1,000 courses. We've had students edit 40,000 articles, and they've edited 18.3 million words. And that's along the lines of the big book analogy before. But Kevin, our data science intern, has worked on a productivity measure to allow us to take what I had used with a little bit of a hoary data set to something much more concrete and measure that we are looking at our students producing during a peak 90-day period where we get most of the work out in the semester, 1% of all content, all new content added to Wikipedia, period. Which is, if you're not gasping at that, you should be. Because 1% of all content added is an astonishing amount. But, there we go. But what's the issue? So we normally get up here and show you a graph like this. We're all Wikipedians in the room. We all knew that Wikipedians love warfare, sports, video games. We've been talking about the gender gap all the time. We're more interested now in looking at where our students working on a particular subject can impact that area in an outsized way, because we have a lot of areas where there isn't a lot of traditional Wikipedian or volunteer attention being paid to the subject, so that giant fire hose that we're only 1% of, we can be a much bigger proportion of. Now, this number that I'm going to show up here, I feel a little bit ashamed because Barbara came up and rightly said that we should not be thinking about just biographies of women, but this is the rough range that we have an estimate between one made by Max Klein last year and one made by another Wikipedia editor this year using Wikidata items to determine how many articles about humans are about subjects that are coded as women. And so we, as Patty mentioned, I do see all of these as a tremendous opportunity, and so we've seen our classes working in the women's studies area as an ability to sort of move the needle on that. So I want to talk a little bit about the partnership. So the NWSA is our largest organizational partners. We have partnership with a bunch of amazing organizations, the American Chemical Society, the Association of Plant Biologists, the American Linguistic Society, but the NWSA is our biggest and most active and most excited partner. Don't let Jamie know that I said that. We began in spring 2015, and it comprises about 12% of all the courses that we have. Which is big as a fraction, but overall. So how do we measure these contributions? So we take a list of wiki projects that we see that Wikipedians have associated with women in general. We have Wiki Project Women Scientists, we have Women's History, we have Gender Gap Task Force. So we're trying to pick up what Wikipedians assess as related women and gender and women's studies issues. So we're not just looking at biographies. We found student contributions from courses that were associated with women's studies or were associated with NWSA members. We pluck out any student work that gets reverted. So we see when the student added it, and we check at least 10 revisions after that. And if the page changed to a version that didn't include that student's work in those 10 revisions, we don't count it. So we're looking at, hopefully, student editions that have stuck. So we're not seeing students, the figure that we're getting here is not students adding something and then us counting it even though it's reverted. And this is work based on Kevin Shrew, who's our data science intern, is a PhD in Aaron Hafecker's lab, and he's really awesome. I have no idea what he's doing when he stops working for us, but you should hire him. Oh, this does not come out the way I wanted it to on here. All right, so this is what we get. This horrible, unbelievable thing here. And I'm gonna walk out here because I can, and it's fun. So we're looking here, and we see the dashed lines are student contributions in 2015 or 2014. So the red line is 2014 to 2015, the blue line 2015 to 2016. The dash is the individual moments that Bytes added for students for that particular day. And you'll find that it's a little bit streaky because some courses have assignments that come due at a particular time. So I've added a little bit of a smoothing line there just to get a sense of this is the growth that we see over time. Now, it's difficult to see in here, but we actually see saw a 35% increase in what our students produced, in content produced by our students from the fall 2014 to fall 2015. And that's the period that we measured because we wanted to look at the switchover from when we signed our agreement with NWSA in spring of 2015. So we saw a pretty big rise. Now, that, in terms of the proportion that we added, we didn't actually see as much of a rise. So we added 4% of all new content to women's studies related articles on Wikipedia in fall of 2014. We added 4.3 in fall of 2015. Now, I was just crowing about that big increase that we got from partnering with NWSA a second ago, and it didn't really amount to us creating that much of a change in overall. And the reason why is awesome. The reason why is because we had to compete with projects like Women in Red and projects like Wiki Project Women Scientists. As a matter of fact, when we first ran this analysis, we saw the kind of lackluster growth in our overall share. We figured we would be taking 5 or 6%, and we went and took out just Wiki Project Women Scientists, which is, we were talking about Emily's work, not figuring in. This isn't all her personally, but this is her project. Just removing her project from there, our growth in proportion went from just 8% growth to 20%. So we would have, if we had taken, and some of that is compositional because some students were working on women's science articles, but most of it was the effort of folks working in Wiki Project Women in Science. So the way that I like, and again, eternal optimist, the way that I think about it is that 36% growth that we got from bringing in the NWSA and bringing in the folks that they wanted was just enough to keep up with the increased effort that everyone else was trying to put into articles on women's issues. Like it's a good reason to not have that metric go up. So I wanted to, there's not much else that I can say and tell you about we contributed 4% of all new content related to women's studies on Wikipedia, so I wanted to talk a little bit about one particular class, and I hope to get at some of the thoughts that have been chasing around in the last two talks up there. So I'm going to look at Ariel Rottermel's Reading of Feminist Theory. This is a great course from Connecticut College. This is an instructor who was an NWSA member. It was a brand new instructor. It was their first time teaching the course. It was a smashing success. They added substantively to 16 articles. They created 4 new ones. I'm going to talk a little bit about student collaboration, but these are all in topic areas that needed help. But here's the other thing. And I'm so glad you set me up with this. So we talk about women's studies being something that is, working with stuff that has been othered, that has been marginalized, and also is something that is looking outside academia and looking inside. Ariela's class looked at feminist theory, looked at women and works in writing in the area, but they also looked at modern protest organizations. They created new articles for the Shout Your Abortion movement, for the Say Her Name movement, for a variety of other, and these were things that didn't have articles that could reasonably have had them. They were perfectly notable. All of these articles were reasonable and verifiable and neutral, and they needed to be written. There needed to be something interesting about them, and you weren't going to get them unless you had a class or unless you had someone whose focus and interest was something like this. One of the particular ones that I was shocked that a student produced was, and this one was really neat, I really like this one. Very early on in the class, a student from the course created a little stub on the book Sister Outsider, which is a collection of essays by Audre Lorde. It is really one of the foundational works in intersectional feminism, and it's been cited about as many times for all of the economists in the room, which is probably just me, as Ronald Coase's Problem of Social Costs, which is like one of the most foundational, works in economics. And Sister Outsider has been cited as many times, if not more. Didn't have a Wikipedia article. Student from this class comes and creates a tiny stub, and I'm so excited about it. I send them an email and I say, hey, there's so much more on there. You could write this, you could write this. And they say, well, I don't really work on it anymore. I go, oh, I'm devastated. So I go and I talk to the instructor and I'm like, what are you gonna do? Well, she says, well, this is, she wants to change her assignment. She's gonna change her assignment. So I didn't pay any attention to it. And a month later, another student from the same class went and added all of the original editor had added sort of what you get out of a book stub, which is book is published by this time, published by this person, that sort of thing. And the second editor came in and brought in the connections of that book to the discipline and how different scholars approach portions of that book and added sort of really fleshed out that article. And I love it because that kind of collaboration between two editors who may not have talked to each other over a period of months, but the person who added the material desperately, deeply relies on that person who created the article and gave them a substrate to add on to. And I love that those students got to see it. And I love that they got to see it in an article that should have been there in the first place. And this, courses like this, they are capable of finding this content, because I can help courses find content that's not available on Wikipedia, but we are bringing in sort of expertise from folks who are very interested in topics like this and can find, I'm only capable of geeking out of one or two of these things. They could geek out over all of them. And one other article I want to talk about was a different one from another women's studies related course. Now this was an article that was added to by a student in Juana Maria Rodriguez's course in Berkeley looking at queer history. And this article had been tagged, created in 2008, had an expert needed help tagged since 2009. There's a volunteer editor who came in 2014 and did a sort of burst of edits and added a little bit to it, but still was kind of a little bit spare. And the student came in and added history to it, added a notion of self-image, added the impact or the relationship to fetishism and BDSM. And it's not perfect. It's student work. It's a little bit preachy. The tone is maybe a little bit off, but it's well referenced. It's solid. It's got things divided into units of information. It's concise and relatively clear. And important to me, that tag is gone, and rightfully gone. And that kind of thing, that articles like this and digging into articles like this requires a great deal of attention and competencies. And one of the ways that we can bring this to bear is to bring folks into the classroom program and connect them to articles like these. So I'm going to blank it because I'm not going to blank it. There we go. That is all I have because I didn't have an ending slide. Does anyone have any questions?
When I write some
study, or they tend to put articles towards AFD or talk about notability. Did your students have any of those issues, and what did you do to navigate those?
Can I make a quick note about this? If you look at the talk page on the women's studies page, where it derides the field, which has been an academic study for over 40 years now, I think somebody uses the word, it's a cult. We have almost 20 PhD programs in women's studies in this country.
Yeah.
Welcome to
So,
Wikipedia.
yeah,
Exactly.
So I can tell you that it happens a couple times. We had a course in the fall of 2015 that that added some academic material about cosplay, and I think they were like referencing some works from like sex positive feminists talking about cosplay presentation. I don't remember the exact issue, but that was reverted and derided on the talk page wholesale as just, you know, kookery, right? Or not related to something that's neutral or notional. The nice thing about working with brand new articles is you find fewer of those those folks coming around. I'm trying to think of a good example where. So I think Ariel Rochmill's class ran into it or had some discussions with editors in terms of, especially with the, okay, so I'm not going to put everything on the Wikipedia editors. I think there's especially in the area of women's studies, or at least in the area of critical studies, there is an impedance mismatch in language, which is that the students read these incredibly dense, sort of arcane texts and attempt to map their understanding onto the page, and so they tend, you know, they find themselves using the same language, and that can be read charitably, or it can be read uncharitably, and reading it uncharitably, even mildly uncharitably, can cause a lot of it to look like nonsense, and sometimes, if it's poorly translated, it is nonsense. But I don't think that I've run into too many Wikipedians who believe that the Sokol affair covers all of the humanities. One or two, but not, you know, not all of them.
Hi, I was curious if you have a relationship with a global women's studies organization, or if you would have a strategy I might be able to use to connect. I'm thinking in particular with some African countries who are editing Wikipedia English, but we want to build community there. And so I was thinking if we could connect with some universities there. I know this could not be your main focus because you're US based.
Yeah.
But, you know, if you could just help jumpstart that.
I might be able to. It depends on where. There is, we do have some global connections, and there are members who, we're largely US, North America based, and we'll be in Canada this year. But we do have some international members, and if we talk after, I might have, depending on where you're looking, I might be able to help. And I would be happy to. Yeah.
All right, hearing none.
Done.
Enjoy your break. Let's try to start on time upstairs in the individual sessions at 4.
And in the Adams room, we're doing the Uncon. I'm soliciting anybody's input and requests for what you guys want to see at WikiCon USA, SoCal, San Diego, October 7th to 10th. Please check your schedules. Are you available to come? If funding allows, will you come? October 7th through 10th. Yes. Yay. I need your money.
can have them turn the stage lights on. Are y'all still up there? Shanae? Let me go turn the stage lights on for you. Take a step forward into the light. Yeah, there you go.